Righty. Let's get started, shall we? So, today we'll be building some Death Guard. And Hazy, how are you doing? And again, this is for Horus Heresy, even though we will be tackling a couple of 40k characters today, and converting them into characters for Horus Heresy. And that's cool, Z. Interested to see how that goes. So yeah, plans for today is to build a Space Marine Tactical Squad of Mark III armor, talk about ideas for how to paint them, and also build the Contemptor Dreadnought. And hey Hamish, how's it going? For me, it's going quite good. A little tired, but hey, helps keep with a character, I suppose. So yeah, I need to disable the the green screen filter because it's just so bright outside today. It's really weird, and yeah, I need the window open at the moment because printers and stuff like that. So yeah, sorry, you're just gonna have to deal with very washed out me for a while. Also, yeah, have the opportunity to mess with a green screen if you guys want to. So yeah, plan for today is that. Hopefully get onto the 40k characters as well. And yes, see, I am not a duck. I know, it's crazy, right? And it all says, hey, just getting some primer and paints and I'll be back. No worries, Doyle. Hope your trip goes safely. Oh, I just realised something really important we need to be doing here. So we need to add these sorts. 15. Don't want to move the picture. Grab that. Shove that down here, and we're now also going to edit it because hey, it's a new stream, it's a new day, so only 3 more streams left to go with these cat ears. So yeah, that's the plan for today. What's everyone else up to? How are you guys doing? You know what? You guys on the main screen, so I can see you better. Managed to snipe a Plague Marine icon bearer on eBay for free quid this morning. The same one I've got, or one like Ghost who has? He says, I'm a duck with cat ears. Not sure I necessarily look like a duck, but hey. Also wearing a Battletech t-shirt, which I love. And same one you have, New Sprue 2, awesome. I'm assuming that if it's only 3 quid, it's probably one from the Dark Imperium box, right? So that's where it's from, isn't it? I can imagine I'd be selling the individual character one for 3 quid, considering it's 14 quid in the box. Yeah, awesome find. Are you going to be trying to like follow along with what I'm doing, or are you going to be doing your own thing with it? Green plastic, so yeah, that will be from the Dark Imperium starter box, as all of the easy to build Death Guard from Battle Wear on the green plastic, which also makes it like kind of a bit of a nostalgic piece, really, especially for a lot of people who started in 8th edition. I'll pull along with the Deplaguing, but I'm thinking I'll have him as a standard bear for a command one. Awesome. And yeah, we'll probably try and tackle that today then as well then. To be honest, I'm not sure if you guys need to see me build Mark III Tactical Marines, so we might just skip those for today. I'll build those if we get around to it, because we won't probably do much painting today either. But if we do, then we have stuff to paint anyway. And yeah, what I'd probably do then, if you're going to keep them as standard bearer, is maybe still switch out the actual banner, because the Nurgle icon, yeah, the icon of Nurgle on the banner, I personally don't think looks too good, especially with how good they, especially with how good some banners look, especially for the Horus Heresy with the decals from Forge World. My nostalgic model is a super old Yarrick model with the giant crab claw. Awesome. Yeah, that is a very, very good and iconic model, and I do like that one a lot myself. He says, I'll be here for about 40 minutes more, Min, and then after that, it's off to work. I'll try and pop in so often on breaks. Awesome, there's no pressure to come and hang around, but yeah, I appreciate that you want to. And hey Herm, how are you doing? Hopefully you're having a wonderful day so far. I think I'm missing Formula 1, aren't I, at the moment? Yeah, I am missing Formula 1, but it doesn't look like much is happening, so... Right, shall I actually get on with some hobbying? I think that's probably a good idea, isn't it? Because we do have a lot to cover today, don't we? Who was it who wanted to know about the magnetizing? I'm just scrolling back through the Twitch chat to see if I can find it. Okay, so it looks like we're on YouTube, so unfortunately I can't work out who it was. So what we'll probably do is we'll start off with more creative, more fun stuff of de-nurgling some Death Guard. And wonderful day so far, just chilling at work. Awesome, let's move over to a hobby desk. Hamish says he think it might have been Byron, although I was half asleep last night, so my memory is patchy. Yeah, so much happened last night, it's kind of blurred a little who was asking what. And unfortunately, whoever it was, they weren't on Twitch, so I can't read back. About that, and right, let's get started. So will this squad be going towards your Emperor's Children army? No, so, well, yes but no. So the idea here is that this army is going to be an allied detachment to my Emperor's Children, but these will stay Death Guard. So should we work on the Consul or the Praetor first? What do you guys think? Although, I suppose whilst Hamish is here, we should probably work on the Praetor, or in, well, as most people recognise him as the Icon Bearer. Open up the box. How do you normally open up these boxes, guys? Because, yeah, I normally cut down the top and side of these. And pull the model out. Although I know a lot of other people have different methods. Some people go with scissors. There we go. Base out. And he does come with a 32mm base. Awesome. Let me look at the model. Sprue, see what plans we need to make for cutting him up. And we said when I have a box like that, pliers. Yeah. And I think what we'll do is we'll cut up, well, we'll actually assemble the base of this model. Need to. Oh, and we'll also do what I did on the Emperor's Children stream. Yeah. Keep it down so people know what I'm working on. And I'll just work out where I put my clippers. So let's start assembling this model. It does look very straightforward, so we are just going to dive straight in and start trimming out the model. Glue these two parts together. See how the torso looks. Have a look at this backpack, see if there's anything we need to do to it. To be honest, I think the only thing we'll really do here is remove the So yeah, I think the only thing we'll really do here is just trim the plague sword off the back. I think we can probably keep this backpack more or less how it is. There doesn't seem to be any real demonic corruption on it, and the pre-done weathering looks like it's good enough. And hey Ghost Suit, it is going well. We're working on the death card that we were talking about yesterday. So let's start with the first cut, and be careful, and trim this sword away from the power pack. I kind of want to keep this sword, so we're going to get a bit more surgical. Those who are wondering, yes, I am left-handed. Just twist that away, like so. Cool. So we got the knife relatively safely away. Now we're just going to tidy up the power pack. Hopefully that's focusing well. And just tidy up where we've made this cut. So obviously if you're doing surgical work like this, be very careful to make sure you don't apply too much pressure and accidentally slip through, because doing stuff like this would be, especially how I like to do it, is a very good way to cut yourself. So please be careful when trying to follow these steps. Now we've trimmed that back, we're now going to switch to a file. Such as this one from the Army Painter. And Ghostly says, very nice, I'm going to do some research on Horus Heresy Death Guard colour schemes. Awesome! And we're just going to file down using the file the areas we just worked on. I like using a file for these first few because it helps keep the model very flat and smooth. Whereas sandpaper, you know, it's paper, it flexes. So if you're trying to define harsh lines, it's significantly easier to use a file. Although a sanding block would also work for this. And we're just going to keep going around, smoothing out those areas we just cut. And I just found STLs for Forge World Mark 6 helmets and shoulders for the Iron Warriors, having my friend. I completely forgot to send you some links for some Iron Warrior stuff. I'm so sorry about that. Poke me again after this stream, and yeah, I'll show you some more stuff. I will glue the backpack on and see how this looks for the rest of the model. I do think I'll keep this one because of how nicely it does tie into the rest of the model here. Because he has this back piece as well. And the pipes come from it. I'm not sure if we'll keep the pipes how they are, but we'll see. I am definitely going to have to trim here though, because if I do keep this pipe, it won't be staying how it is. Oh, and a tip for you guys, if you made any rougher areas which you feel need to be smoothed out, you can use your glue. The glue will dissolve the plastic and smooth it up. So if you've made any rough areas from sanding or filing, or in this case a combination of all, just put a dab of glue over it all, and it will soften, reset, and reseal itself, leaving you with a smoother texture. I'm not a fan of how this is melted in, so what we'll do is we'll tidy this up here and try and make it look a bit more in line with Mark III legs. So let's line up our clippers along the model. Cut in a straight line using the clippers. Flip our clippers around. Same from the other side, just trim this section off. And that's most work already done for us, really, there. And again, we'll get our friend the file, and we'll just run it along here, using the corner mostly, just so we can really dig in and flatten out this panel section. And some definition to it. Hopefully you guys can see that on the stream. And now we've kind of got that line filed in, and what we're going to now do is get a tool which I think a lot of Warhammer people should get at some point, if you haven't already done so. When I can remember where I put mine. On this desk. Okay, that's awkward. Oh, this is just really awkward. Could either be on this desk or my main desk, because I do kind of hobby on both. And it's not in my drawer of hobby equipment. Oh, and hi Alex. Thought I did say hi, but hey, hopefully you're having a good day. Aha, here we go. Found it. And it is a plastic scribing tool from Tamiya. This is really good for doing panel lines and just scratching in detail. So what it is a weirdly shaped blade at an angle like this, which is used for scratching in panel lines and stuff. Really good for if you're building vehicles, but in this case it'll be really good for helping us to find this line here. So how you do is you scrape down with the point leading, and you pull it down the models you've lost, well, the detail you lost or you're trying to etch. And you can also push back up as well to try and help define that area as well. What we're going to do here is just scratch down the panel there. Step back and blow away the filings so I can see what I'm doing better. then we'll keep going. You can also bring it sideways. I'll make it a bit clearer for you guys. You can do this with a hobby knife. I just find it's a lot easier with the dedicated tools. And this is also just one of those tools where if you're building Space Marines, you're building vehicles, I'd highly recommend you pick it up. And now we can go on to the next thing, which I reckon every hobbyist should have. Because sanding sponges, just getting a fresh one out of the box. And what these are is, well, yeah, sponge with some sandpaper on it. And we'll be using this, just sand over that area we've just attacked. Hey Anonymous. As because it's on sponge, it deforms really easily. And you know, it's very, very flexible, meaning that it won't disturb the or erode the panels in a weird way, and yeah, helps you just polish out and smooth those areas in which we've just attacked with a knife, or the accidental lines from the. And we're just going to use this to go over the panel and smooth out towards the edge, leaving us with a nice smooth panel, not covered in marks or filings. And then for the recess where we've just etched in and cut away, we're then just going to apply plastic glue back over it, like so, and just leave that to dry and set. That will restore the definition there, and we can keep going through this until we've got a nice panel line there. And now to have a look at the actual icon itself. And yeah, as Hamish says, I'm building the icon bearer at the moment, although we're turning him into a different character. Sunday is a fun day, better than a Monday. I like that. Can only do it one way, and that is the Nurgle way. Hopefully not. To be honest, over the last few years I've kind of grown a bit tired of Nurgle and his shenanigans. So let's get the icon out, and it's kind of interesting how these pieces all merge into one another. And we probably will just separate these out. That's the icon out, and how this would normally go is you stick the tube in his face and then slot it in. Oh. Come on, there we go. Which allows you to have the chains. And yes, this is for the Horus Heresy, which is why we're denurgling him. So, what we're going to need to do is probably actually just sacrifice this entire arm and not use it. As I'm looking at it, it'll be a real pain for us to use the chains. Sorry. And the icon itself is something we'll be replacing with a scythe on this model. So what we're going to do is carefully cut away the grenades You know, I think this is a job for the knife. And yeah. Throw this part away because we want to keep this. I'm doing good, Hamish, but still trying to think of a good towel list. I can't seem to get Battle Scribe to work, that's a shame. And thanks for Bless V Gosu. And yeah, let's tidy up these grenades, so trim away the plastic. It does seem like Nurgle has blessed me a bit, which is annoying. Always keeps a theme. So right now we're just trying to shave away the plastic from the pauldron, and where Games Workshop took some corners. I've been eyeing up some leftover bits for Horus Heresy and wondering if to kit bash some Loyalist Emperor's Children's Squad for some homebrew kill teams. Yeah, you should do it. You have the opportunity to be creative and try something a bit different or new. You should always take it. And I just got back. I was given some Stormcast Warhammer Alliance sprues to test Sigvald Burgundy. Nice. And no, you haven't missed too much. What we've done so far is tidied up the torso here, so where the piping is, it kind of merged in a bit poorly with this, so what we've done is we've etched in the panel line, restoring it, smoothed out this, and we've just cut the piping and the grenades from the icon, and we're just tidying up now so we can keep it on the model even though we're not using the arm from the kit. And right now I am just tidying up the grenades so we can glue that on. No, it's just making some very delicate and light carving. Try and redefine those grenades where the detail was lost on the model. Obviously, if you're going to keep the arm, so for example like Hamish would probably do so because he is planning on keeping it as a banner bearer, you don't need to do this step. But if you're, I guess, playing along at home, or watching back in the future because you have a similar idea, yeah, all we're doing is just using a very sharp blade to carefully chip away and smooth out this top grenade. And again, we can weaponize our standing sponge. It loves to round things off. And we can also utilize the corner here, because it's only sanding paper on one side, and rest the non-sanding edge against the part which we don't want to sand. And it will help cut in subtly, and we can, yeah, round off the part we've been cutting. So let's now do a test fit. And looks good. I think we still need to do some work. Getting there. And, you know, we might keep the pipe. Although I won't paint it as flesh, I'll just paint it as rubber that's falling off the piping. Sigvold Burgundy is an absolutely banging colour. Yep, I really like it. I think it's a bit too purple for my Emperor's Children and the pinky colour I'm going for. And Alex asks, what army does everyone here collect for 40k, 30k, Age of Sigmar and Lord of the Rings? I'm also going to throw in fantasy. If you have any fantasy armies, let us know, because I'd love to know what you guys are collecting. Nate says his army choices are incredibly basic, with 40k and 30k being Space Marines, Age of Sigmar being Stormcast. And yeah, his justification is I like my chunky armoured lads and ladettes. Yeah, I can agree with that. I think you guys know by now what my preferences are. And for fantasy, you collect Bretonia and Orcs. Awesome. So what we're going to do here is we're just going to glue the model in place now, as I think we've done enough. And Gosu on Twitch, as I said, he collects Iron Warriors. Awesome. Iron Warriors are a very, very good legion. And would have been the other choice I'd make here. And if you watch along for the painting, a lot of the skills and techniques we'll be covering for painting these Death Guard are directly applicable to the Iron Warriors, as well as we will be doing a different, I guess an alternative colour scheme to these Death Guard, in which a lot of it's going to be metal. So whilst a couple of things we do to these will be different to how we'd paint Iron Warriors, I'll let you know when we do those different things. And Doyle says he collects 40k Death Guard, but we'll be doing a joint Death Guard and Emperor's Children. I'm assuming that's for Horus Heresy, Doyle, you'll be doing the joint force? And it's just occurred to me that again Games Workshop decided to cut some corners here. It's a bit awkward because of how late I discovered it, but there is a smooth section here which we're just going to again trim out, even if you catch these little details a bit late. It is never truly too late, and we're just going to trim away this plastic from the easy to build kit and pull it away. Make sure if you're doing anything where the knife can jump that there's no flesh in the way. I'm sure your technology teachers or parents will happily tell you the lessons and or horror stories about this, and I guess in this case I'm doing the same as well. And yeah, Doyle says the Death Guard Emperor's Children army is for the Heresy. Awesome. So in a sense, I guess my content is pretty much perfect for you at the moment, considering, well, I'm building a Death Guard army to go alongside my Emperor's Children. Keep carving away here at this, because I really don't like how that looks, especially without the icon there. Anonymous has bought some Traitor Guard to use as an Imperial army. Nice. I'm really looking forward to getting rules next month. Horus Hamish has said that he's the Horus Heresy Death Guard aficionado, and for 30k, 40k small Custodes force, I'm planning to small 30k Alpha Legion force in the near future. Cool. We will be revisiting my Alpha Legion as well at some point. I'm waiting on some plastic kits before I return to those guys. Oh, and your Titan, which counts as its own force. Yep, definitely. I have bits and pieces of various other armies. I tend to like to collect random squads just for fun of painting kit bashing them. Yeah, same. I try to at least justify it by turning them into playable forces, which is effectively what we're doing here, to be honest. Yeah, I myself have, for the Horus Heresy, Imperial Army, Imperial Knights, Alpha Legion, Empress Children, and now Death Guard. For 40k, I have Space Marines, a Blood Angel army, and a Raven Guard army. Both of them are homebrew chapters. We've talked about those before, the purple and white guys and the white and green guys. My Imperial Army force is also compatible with 40k, so I often use those, and so are the Imperial Knights as well. They're also obviously a 40k and 30k army. I also have some Inquisitorial agents that I sprinkle in. And for fantasy at the moment, I have my Skaven and High Elves. Unfortunately, I have lost my Bretonnians. As moving, as a kid, I moved around quite a bit, and I'm fairly sure that the Bretonnians were left in an attic of one of the houses. So, if you ever bought a house or moved into a house in Totnes, there's a chance there might be some Bretonnians in the attic. If you do find them, give them back, but I also understand if you want to keep them. Just going to keep chipping away at that until it looks far more isolated than it was. And then again we'll do the same old trick of getting some plastic glue and brushing it in to really set it in and mask the fact we've been cutting there. I'm also going to brush up all of the area, make sure it's all smooth. Alex says if you could get an Imperial Titan, it would be a Reaver Titan. Yeah, that would be a good one. And Hamish says, ransom the Bretonnians for a signed contract requiring cat ears for life. That's a tough bargain. And Nate said, ew, Totnes, not even an attic of Bretonnians is worth that. Hey, Totnes is actually quite nice. The people are interesting, but the area is absolutely lovely and full of history. So yeah, now we're going to make another big cut, and we're just going to trim away this part of the shoulder pad. And yeah, we are going to sacrifice this part, so we are just going to trim it off brutally. And then we're going to start carving at the model with our knife to try and trim away the worst bits. So, whilst I know what I'm doing looks dangerous, I physically can't bring the knife down in an angle which would involve it cutting myself, even though I am, you know, sliding my hand towards me, so I feel quite safe doing this. And we're again just going to keep cutting away at where the arm was. Till we have a nice smooth area for our new arm to go. And yeah, as Nate and Hamish said, it's down in sunny Devon, by the River Dart, and it's an absolutely beautiful, it's a physically beautiful place. Very expensive though. If you can afford a house in Totnes, you probably don't need to be attic hunting for Bretonians. While now, start more aggressively removing this and trying to flatten it out. Yeah, if you can afford a house in Totnes, you can afford to buy your army exclusively from Forge World. If you were a Space Marine, what chapter would you be? And if you're wondering, I'm a salamander because I'm nice. Is it that, or is it because you hate orphans, Alex? I think that's a difficult question. The chapter I'd most want to be in is the Mantis Warriors. They are probably my favourite 40k chapter. And I just really like their ideals and personality quirks. And Alex says he's going to avoid that question. Okay, so our torso is looking pretty good now. We need to now address this side here, because there is a bit of pre-molded joint, and we're just going to take our clippers and just slice that away, and again use our file to fit into place, like so. To expand on what Alex said, what did everyone get in their Find Your Legion quiz for Heresy? I ended up with Iron Warriors. I got Alpha Legion. Just gonna work this one in a bit more. That looks way nicer. Okay, so now we need to deal with the biggest bit of corruption, which is this on the leg here. Hopefully the camera will focus. So yeah, there's this Chaos Corruption down here. He's mutated, and there is some weird stuff pouring out of his leg. So this is probably going to take quite a while. But we are going to go in quite aggressively with this and start hacking away. So again, what we'll do is we'll line up the clippers up underneath where the armor on his leg naturally is, but following his foot, and we're just going to use our clippers to just make the first cut. And wow, this is quite thick. Like that, so we have our cut, it's quite defined, and we'll start to push away the plastic of the corruption away. So now we can come up a bit, and again we'll just use our clippers for this section roughly here, and start clipping away the chunks of the corruption, using that defined cut here as our reference. Keep going until we're roughly at a point where we feel that we can't use the clippers much more. Which I think is that. And now we're going to return to our knife and start re-establishing the foundations of the armor. So we're going to cut a very straight line here, where I think the Mark III armor is. And we'll just follow this line down until we reach the segments of Mark II armor underneath. Now what we can start to do and yeah, Varrock got Iron Warriors and Salamanders on his Legion quiz. Yeah, so what we're doing at the moment is we're making cuts adjacent to a Mark II armor underneath the plates that make it Mark III. And we're cutting in along to where the line that we cut in is for the plate here. Just need to cut that deeper, and then again we'll cut in. And if you feel like this is far too much effort and not something worth doing, don't worry, I will talk in a minute about some of the other things you can do. So don't worry if you think this is incredibly excessive. I want to give this a go before I try and throw in a towel and go for an easier route. And what towel sept is best for battle suits? It depends, Nate. I can't really talk about tabletop tactics, as yeah, ultimately this is a more Horus Heresy channel than a 40k channel, and but, I mean, that could always change. I could find myself more interested in 40k again in the future, At the moment, I just don't enjoy how it plays, so I can't really give any advice. But if you do want to play Tau, I can give some general advice based off past experience. And the Farsight enclaves are very renowned for their use, and I think they do have rules to help reflect that of battle suits. Would be a good choice. The Sasseya Sept, the blue guys, are also quite renowned for their use of battle suits, as they are kind of seen more as like the elite, one of the more elite military septs. So they could be a good sept to do as well. If I remember correctly, their stuff is more focused around leadership. So yeah, this is actually one of those situations where you can use a hobby knife as a etching tool, and if you reverse the blade, so you've got the flat pointing forwards, and this only works with blades with a point, you can then use the point in reverse to help re-establish those lines. Carving. We're going to just run our knife down like so, make a sharp point, and then we can turn around the knife. So we're using the flat side, and we're just going to scratch in deeper. This will help widen it and help us better define the area of cutting. We're going to run the knife down, trying to follow the panel. Although I think here sideways might be better. Flip the model around, cut in here. Scrape away some of the excess. Twist the blade up as you're cutting to try and move away that plastic. Haven't played 40k game in a while. It's been even longer since someone had a Tau army local to me. I mostly play 30k Kill Team at Necromunda now, and just started playing A Song of Ice and Fire. It's been a nice break. Yeah, I've been meaning to get into that. Nate, I really like Game of Thrones. I feel like that should be obvious, based off my preference for knights and stuff. But yeah. I'm going to switch to the Etching Tool now, as I find it's actually quite good for rounding off armor panels as well. Start trying to define the panel shape. Very messy at the moment, but yeah. Quickly just go to a file, use this to try and help define these lines. And yeah, I also find that wetting the piece helps show what we're doing a bit better as well. So you can see this was all gummed up with Nurgle corruption, and you can kind of see how we're starting to re-establish those panel lines and stuff here. And we're working on the back here because this is the hardest part first, and then we'll work on tidying up the plate on the front. Sharper side of the point of the blade to try and slowly push up towards that defined paneling we have here and scrape away until we meet it. In here, trying to find that panel again. Yeah. Keep doing this. Keep doing passes over the area until it looks nice and smooth. My buddy is buying lots of terrain, a big board, and got a Tempest of War pack, so we're still trying to get into 40k. I have my fist and he has his Thousand Suns. Nice! We hope we expand into other games. Awesome! And Nate says the Baratheon army has some killer looking knights. So that's a question for you guys. Based off what you know of me so far, what house do you reckon I would collect in A Song of Ice and Fire, assuming that they had an army? Or have an army, rather. Okay, right. Assuming they have an army, what house do you reckon I'd collect in A Song of Ice and Fire? I want to see if you guys have sussed me out well enough at this point to make guesses. So the Looper Cat has arrived and has said Dothraki. Doyle thinks Tully's. On the simple reason of it rhymes with Tuppy. Nate thinks Stark would be best army game, but it would be because of House Tully. Only no Lannister. Hamish has come in with a more sensible suggestion of Knights of the Vale. Yeah, that's probably a pretty good guess. And to be honest, would be relatively close to an army. It's definitely up there, but no. I'm going to say none of you have actually got it so far. And yeah, Lannister is a house anonymous, but it wouldn't be an army I collected. well, not the one I would go for first anyway. And Varich doesn't have an army yet. Martel is supposed to be the next one. So yeah, Nate, we're going off the assumption that they have an army, not that they currently do. Yeah, if they did have an army, would I collect them? So any house, doesn't matter if they have an army or not right now, as to if I'd collect them or not. And Nate has said Tyrell, and yes, actually it would be House Tyrell. High Garden is probably my favourite place in the Song of Ice and Fire universe. Okay, so open your focus, you can see the progress we've been making on carving this leg back out. And removing that Nurgle corruption. So, right, now I think we've defined this enough that we can now move on to the front of the leg, as there's more stuff we need to remove here. And thanks for the donation, a Cat Ears Appreciation Society member. Remember to add one to the streams. And yeah, on the note of donations, thank you so much for that. Even if it is purely to see me wear cat ears longer. What do you think the next goal should be? And whilst I ask that question, we're going to carry on trimming away at this, because what we need to do is thin this down so it's not as chunky, and then we can start sanding. And Thanks for the donation. A completely different Cat Ears Appreciation Society member. I'm not sure if I necessarily believe that's a different person, but thank you anyway. And it does look like people have finally worked out how to rig this system. So what I'm going to do is add the goal so you can see it here. And is that 5 streams now, Tuppy? Well, let's find out. I'll put it up there in the corner, and yep, so that does put us up to 5. And can I put a black background to the text? There we go. We'll just do it like that. There you go. So Anonymous thinks this is the work of Hamish. And Alex says the cat ears make him feel uncomfortable. And why is that? If I can ask. So, back to the model. What we're going to start doing now is filing away at the bulge on the armor plate. I'm going to redefine it again. And Anonymous says he doesn't actually particularly like cat ears either. So, oh, I just knocked over the Mark Freeze. Anonymous says cat ears make you look like what I'd imagine a OnlyFans streamer to look like. And Alex agrees. Well, I mean, I am selling my dignity for money, so and doing stuff to please you guys, so am I really that much more than a OnlyFans streamer? Also, hang on, can you even stream on OnlyFans? And it's not the cat ears people like, they just like torturing you, Tuppy. Is that true, lads? Is that the only reason? You're a mod for Valrak. Do you really have to? Do you really have any dignity to sell at this point? Well, I'd like to say yes. Because, you know, I'm the guy who beat Valrak at Warhammer. I'm the guy who gets everything done on his streams. And that was a very close call there. And Hamish said, you're an Emperor's Children player, we know you like it. Eh. And don't compare yourself to Scamrack, you haven't fallen that low yet. Well, I'm trying to keep my content as educational as possible. So yeah, on that note, trimming away at that side bulge to the joint where the plague stuff was. Just trying to bring it more in line now and start to smooth it out. The big thing is trying to redefine the bottom of the leg. So what we're going to do is start making some curving cuts and start chipping away, like so. Bold, straighter cuts here in order to try and redefine it, because we can always come in and scrape away. And yeah, try and re-establish the definition of the panels which were once there. And yeah, Alex says Nate is completely right, but I will say this, Tuppy, you are, in my opinion, way better than Barak. Yeah, well, thanks. At the same time, also, like, obviously, I'm very conscious of the fact that all of you guys, well, most of you guys now, are people who are here from Varak's community. And whilst I know it is obvious, therefore, to compare me to Varak, I do want to, you know, do things my way and do my own content and not be like Valrak, not in a bad way, just, yeah, I want to do my own things my way, and that happens to be in a way that Valrak doesn't do stuff. Hey King Greg, how are you doing? So welcome on in. We are currently denurgling the 40k Death Guard icon bearer, so we can use him in a 30k army as a captain. Well, Praetor. And I think the model itself is quite close. And good. Finish my Vindicare Assassin. Awesome. Is that the Warhammer Plus one? Or is it one of the I think they're still Finecast, aren't they? Scraping away, like we're almost as if we're deburring the armor panel here. Just using the knife to shave away more of the panel. so we can get closer to trying to redefine the slip. So we're going to press the knife in a bit, not too much to make a cut, but to make a dent, and then we're just going to run a knife along where we think the cut reached, and keep going. So it's really important when you're trying to do any restoration work like this, to take your time. As we're trying to remove a huge bulge of plastic from here, and try to restore the shape that was underneath it, we need to take it slow. So as you can see, I'm just trying to gently make changes, so we're just going to sink our knife in and roll it around where I think it should go. And then push our knife down into where that plastic bulge is, and hopefully it will line up and ping away, just like that. Wherever the plague stuff was. And we'll keep going with this until we think we've reached enough of the trim. It's also important to look at other elements of the model and see how the trim looks on the rest of the model. Whilst I know how it looks on normal Mark III, that may not be the same case on the rest of this. So we can then, carry on. Now we have an idea in mind, looking at it. And in this case, we're actually going to do the opposite to what I've been suggesting. And we're going to use our knife now to cut down straight into the trim. And we're going to try and basically draw where the trim should be. So sorry, this is a lot of precise work which might not be showing too well on stream, but hopefully with me explaining it, you guys get an idea. And we're going to push our knife in and hopefully be able to peel away the area we want to get rid of. Doyle says he has lost his line remover, and he can't believe it. Anonymous says, I love Varrock and always will, but I like Tuppy's channel a lot, and hopefully this is just beginning. Yeah, I'm very committed to making this a thing, and yeah, over time we'll be growing this more and trying to push this further. Honestly, I do. Obviously, it's more of a romantic love and aspiration, but I would love to turn this into a full-time thing where I can do this as professionally as I envision myself being able to do so, and it's not just, a webcam over a desk, and we can do this a lot better. And Ham says, completely different content. Like you said, you're more educational than anything, but we still have fun and banter. Val is chaos and banter at the core of the content. It's love for Warhammer, yeah. And that's one thing I don't think I'll ever be able to beat Varrock with, is just the love and energy I'll have for this hobby. I don't think anyone can ever get me. It's like, honestly, Varrock is one of the main reasons why I'm still even interested in 40k and in general. I think I probably would have gone the way of Bear a long time ago and moved over to just doing Battletech content. But a combination of the energy and excitement he kept me having for Warhammer, combined with yeah, the time and patience he's had for me as well, has yeah, helped a lot. And yeah, well, basically carried me long enough for the Horus Heresy to become a thing, and the Heresy has given me the inspiration and energy to, do this. So, yeah, getting pretty close to having this well defined. You can see the trim is now pretty much restored. We need to sharpen the definition of it. But yeah, it's very close to being done now. Yeah, he can't convince me to like Sigismund in the same way I can't convince him Battletech is actually really cool and that he'd enjoy it. But at the same time, that's okay. Whilst I want everyone to enjoy Battletech and he wants everyone to love Sigismund, not everyone will. Even if they probably should. Because, like, I'm fully aware, you know, I really like knights and stuff. So obviously Sigismund is someone I should enjoy. I just don't. And what we're going to do here is, this isn't perfectly lined up, so what we're going to do is going to rest our blade on the final point, this panel, line up the top of the knife with the top, and we're just going to put pressure on to try and trim the model, because there is a line there we can draw. Yeah, then we're going to do the same process as before. We're going to run our knife down the panels. Hopefully we should then be able to then running a knife down here and bring those sections up and away from the model. And I wish the Adeptus Mechanicus had more robots. Have you tried looking at the Mechanicum for your robot fixation? And I missed the Battletech bus as a kid. My video game mech needs were filled by armored core. Nice. Hamish says he's just scored 2 4-year-old Legion Pro Tours off eBay for 24 quid. That's awesome. I really should look into eBay really to try and get some stuff cheap. The Castellan robot is one, if not my favourite kit in all of 40k, right beside Mega Dread from Forge World. Yeah, it's a very cool kit. And Adora says, I was quite horrified when you told us what the Imperial Fist did on Mars the other day. Yeah. Sigismund is a coward who abandoned the loyalists of the Mechanicum to their fate. He was the avenging angel, which was sent to deliver those loyal from the Omnissiah to the Omnissiah from their fate, and if you want some Grave Wardens cheapish, this is the Heresy ones, right? The non-scythe ones. Hamish, if you could you try and do the bidding for them for me, and then I'll pay you back for them. Obviously, try and do your best on keeping it cheap. But yeah, if you bid on them, then yeah, yeah, I think it would be a cool project for this. So yeah, if you could try and win that auction for me, that would be amazing, and I'll pay you for it. At the moment, we're just scratching away here, trying to bring the panels of the Mark II power bands in line with the freshly cut lines. And Vigilator Sniper mode engaged. Awesome. Thanks for that, Hamish. That will really be awesome for, well, the channel. And so, an update whilst we're going. Hopefully you guys can see that well. And what you're looking at picking up, so Hamish is trawling through, Hamish on YouTube is just trawling through eBay at the moment, and he's noticed some Forge World Death Guard Terminators. So he's very kindly winning that auction for me. And yeah, here's the progress on the leg. You can see we're getting very close to have removed all of the Nurgle stuff from it. What we need to do is just scratch away on the paneling here to try and restore more definition to the back. And Anonymous says, want a limited edition official Space Rhino model? Why don't you put a picture on the Discord server? If I collected 30k, I'd do 1,000 Suns. Yep, Alex, that would be, yeah, they're cool. They're a bit more complex this edition and not quite as straightforward. Nate says, the last thing I need is start collecting another force. We have 2 people collecting Warhammer in this house. Our expenditure on plastic and resin is no joke. I can't find the right chat. Put it in one of the Horus Heresy channels, Anonymous. I want to buy some new models, but my electric drum kit is finished, so gotta save up. Yeah, music is very important, and having instruments and stuff I think is a very important thing for your personal life. And yeah, honestly, I don't think I could live in a world without music. So yeah, I think instruments do come first. And Anonymous, it's in the general chat in the text channels category that Hamish has posted the link. Yeah, drums are fun. When I was in cadets, I did take part in the marching band for a little bit, and I did play with drums in there. Learning to play the bass right now, got notes down for another one, Bites for Dust. Just working on the tempo and rhythm, awesome. Yeah, I personally play mostly just stringed instruments. At the moment, my main instruments is actually, I know this is going to sound pretentious, but a Renaissance guitar. So it's a smaller guitar which has 8 strings, doubled up, which looks a bit like a ukulele. In fact, it basically is like a ukulele but double stringed. But yeah. I play piano. It's only a fun thing for me. I'm not seriously good and can't read sheet music. That's fair. The piano is a very good way for you to learn how to read sheet music. So I think it'll be a skill you pick up over time. And I'm relatively basic in drum skills, self-taught, but there's not much to learn. It's just developing the motor skills and coordination to a degree, yes. And hey, Alex G has switched over to watching on Twitch. Yeah. Time to do that whole serious shilling thing. If you have the option to watch on Twitch, I would much rather if you did. I know that means you can't directly interact with chat on the other platform, but yeah. The average viewers is the main thing holding me back from being able to make, to become an affiliate and start making money from these streams properly. And yeah. I need to do this a bit off camera just so I can better see what needs doing. And I guess I'm back to YouTube because Twitch just shut down. That's really annoying, but thanks for trying anyway, Alex. And Hamish says, sorted, message me after stream. Thank you so much for that, Hamish, and yeah, we'll get that sorted after the stream. I just need to double check the music's still playing copyright friendly stuff. There we go. I'm going to bounce for now and put some dinner on. I'll roll back later if you're around, but if not, have fun and stay safe, kids. Yeah, have a wonderful day, Nate. And yeah, I might be around later by the time you're back, but if not, have a wonderful day. And I hate the easy build kits for Stormcast because of the connector pieces. And yeah, I agree with Nate there in his final message before he goes. Yeah, with the easy to build stuff, often it is just easier to remove those connecting pieces. Hey Hugh, how are you doing? Hopefully you're having a good day. Got a knife to make a cut there to try and trim away at the lump underneath the trim here. I feel like it's time for us to address that. And damn, you really made the leg look good. Thanks, Herm. So yeah, for those who are just coming back or missed it, here on this leg on the outside used to be a huge lump of tentacles, and what we've done whilst we've been chatting is I've been trimming away and trying to restore the Mark III leg look to this side. And he says, I'm doing very well this morning where I live, so my day has just begun. And yourself? Yeah, it's been good. Yeah, I've been working on this. And yeah, Alex says Magnus did everything wrong. Yep, and he even admitted it in the books. So if anyone says Magnus did nothing wrong, they are lying and or haven't actually read the books, because Magnus does himself admit he did everything wrong. Oh yeah. We're using the back of the blade again, the flat side, the non-sharp side, like an etching tool, and we're just running it down the crease between the foot and the armor plate right now to just carve away and create that dent which is meant to be there. So you can see on this side there's more of a gap between the foot and the armor plate. We're just trying to restore that on this side, even though there isn't too much of it because the foot is pressed forwards. Still good to have it, especially when it comes to painting this model. Just going to keep going up this. We're going to run our blade sideways, so the sharp bit is at the top, so it is cutting into the area we've been working on and not doing as much damage to the foot, to start to widen this gap out and to hopefully make it a bit more consistent as well. And when we're running the blade through, we're putting pressure down and also kind of upwards into the armor as well. Try and help it have that mechanical force to really define that gap. Hopefully we can see that a bit better. Okay, here we go. Panel. Especially down towards the bottom here, we're doing lots and lots of small scratches, chipping away and filing away at the model in order to try and help define this trim. And now we've done that a bit more, we're going to run our knife down sideways, try and help trim away at the trim. And what I think we might do here on this bottom piece, because I'm still not quite happy with it on the back of the leg, is we are just going to quickly attack it with the file. Just to try and shorten it down a bit. And yeah, now we've done that, we can actually, what I'm going to do is we're basically going to polish this entire section with our sanding sponge. So again, to recap, this is some sanding paper attached to a sponge. And we're on break. Hey Woo, how are you doing? I'm just going to quickly polish down these areas so I can see how it's looking. And the best thing about sanding sponge again is because it deforms and doesn't really push into stuff much, we can then polish the entire area. Don't have to be too worried about it taking out details. It will sand down rivets, but that's okay. So yeah, this is the leg now. And if you remember, we'll have a quick look at the paper. There used to be this huge growth here on the side of it that goes all the way up the side and stretches around the back a bit, and we have sanded that away now and filed it away and carved it away to restore the leg to being more of an actual Mark III leg. And whilst it hasn't taken a huge amount of skill, it has taken us some time, but I think the result, speaks for itself really. And obviously the more time we put into this, the finer and nicer it's going to look. And Doyle says he's good, just getting Stormcast Eternal ready to prime and test Sigvald Burgundy for the Emperor's Children. Bit of a random question, but Tuppy, if one day you randomly got a bunch of attention, how would you feel? I don't know, it depends on the attention, I guess. Hopefully it's good attention. Yeah, I don't know. It's not something I've had to deal with yet, so... And at the moment I'm just really enjoying the attention I'm getting from you lovely people here, so... Yeah. Carry on carving away at this guy. I was originally going Loyalist, but now for Death Guard by this. Side I'm going Traitor, inspired by Eidolon and Typhon's team up. Awesome. And yeah, I'm really glad to hear that, Doyle, because that means you can follow along and yeah, share this journey with me with my Emperor's Children and Death Guard. And says Ferris was my favourite Primarch. Yeah. Says, yeah, we get rain in all seasons and about a week or two of no rain and over 30 degrees per year at least in West England where I live. Which state do you live in? Cool. And he says, don't worry, gamer. When you get big and the internet gets a hold of our friendship, you'll have plenty of attention. Yeah, I mean, there's going to be certain things I'm going to have to overcome and try and work out, which will be interesting, but hey. And it says, honestly, Tuppy, it's perfect. A massive help for not only hobbying, but inspiration. And honestly, Doyle, and I know this is probably going to sound a little cheesy, but that there is basically the precise reason why I feel so excited and motivated to do stuff like this. And yeah, honestly, it's, well, for this week, since I've had this week off to do streams and content and stuff, like, it's honestly both kept me, well, helped me get out of bed and also struggled to get me back into bed, honestly, just how excited I've been and, like, how much I've been enjoying streaming for you guys. And catch you later, Woo. Hope your next shift's good. Like you said, I got Godblight yesterday. Nice. It's an interesting book. Has a lot of lore and a lot of information in it, which really helps set the tone for the direction 40k is going in. And it's definitely worth a read if you're interested in 40k. So yeah, at the moment we're still trying to define this. I want to try and make this look as smooth as possible. And as real, well, as authentic as possible. So we're getting there. And yeah, we're getting quite close now. We're getting to a point where I'm starting to think about putting that final layer of plastic glue on here to really smooth it down. Does anyone even know what is going on with Adeptus Titanicus Dominus anymore? Is it even finished? To be honest, I have no clue of what's going on with Titanicus. It's recently had a bit of a revival in my local area, and it does seem like with the recent release of some of the new Forge World stuff, it does look like Titanicus is not actually dead. And he says, I don't know about you, but I love the idea that chaos from Warhammer is multiversal. Yeah, I really like it. I like the fact that it is such a such an abstract topic that spans across all universes. I also got DC comic books. Nice. And well, Pharos was one of the first Primax to be found, so I was relatively close to the Emperor, and he helped advise him. He was also probably more loyal than Dawn. Probably, yeah. And yeah, Doyle says, oh, okay, we're just confused by the Dominus part. Yeah, to be honest, I was a little confused by that, and I just assumed Titanicus. So here I'm just trying to shave as much off of this bottom part as possible. And oh, did you know that there is a second multiverse in DC? No, to be perfectly honest, I'm not too much of a comic book person. I am basically just one of those people who only really knows about comics because the Marvel movies, and yeah. I know a bit more because I did read some comic books when I was younger, but yeah, superheroes and stuff haven't always really been my thing. yeah, I think that's probably as close as I'm willing to get with this model to restoring it. So yeah, reminder that this leg was covered in a Nurgle growth coming out the side of his armour, and what I've done is I've trimmed and shaved it away and sanded it down so it looks like it's now just a regular Mark III leg armour like it is on this side. Okay, we've lost the ball, but yeah, I don't think that matters too much. So what we'll do now is, yeah, apply plastic glue over this area we've been working on, and that will help it set and dry. You can see with the gloss of the glue, a lot more of the detail we've re-established on that model. And whilst we do have the glue out, I think it is time to glue it to its base. I won't be using any necessarily fancy bases for this because whilst they will be part of my 40k army, I do think it would be a bit more, 30k army, I do think it would be a bit more fun to, you know, take this opportunity to make some different base designs. Down to his base now, and let that sit for a few moments. It's a good idea whilst working on these kit bashes to actually glue it down onto its base at its first sensible moment, so you can actually see better the kind of angle the model is sitting on. So you can see this guy is slightly leaning to the left when we look at him. So yeah, it will help us better visualize how the direction we take this in. So things we need to work on is what does this pipe connect to, and what weapons we're going to give him. And I can't believe I just dropped him. So, now we've got his torso built, we do need to now have a look at his arms. And what are we going to arm him with? So out of the box, this guy comes with a combi bolter, with a nice, to be honest, we might actually steal this art, just so we can keep that symbol, but we'll see. And maybe we'll just switch up the gun, but yeah. And to put this stuff aside. And it is now time to consult the book. So, to recap, the plan is to build him as a Legion Praetor. Let's see if we can move the camera over a bit so you can see that. I'm not sure how visible it is, but we have a bunch of options for how we can build the guy. So, things to factor in: he's weapon skill 6, which means he's very good in close combat. He's ballistic skill 5, which means he's better than average at shooting. And he has 3 wounds and his initiative 5, and he also strikes faster as well. So these are all things we should factor in, and it's also kind of why I'm going to give him his power scythe. So I feel like that's a logical weapon, which means we need to think about what gun we're going to give him. And as I'm trying to angle the Death Guard towards being more shooty, I think it would be a good idea to consider a decent gun. So we can have a bolter, a magna or minor combi weapon, a Volkite charger, and a Astartes shotgun or a Nemesis bolter. He can also take a pistol, hand, flamer, plasma pistol, archaeotech pistol, disintegrator pistol, chain X charnable weapon. Any real other close range weapons? No. So we have the option of a disintegrator pistol, an archaeotech pistol, a plasma pistol, hand flamer, Volkite serpenter, Nemesis bolter, a Astartes shotgun, Volkite charger, combi weapon, or a bolt gun. With those in mind, let's flick through the book a little to where the stats are for the ranged weapons. Have a look. So an Astartes shotgun is Assault 2 concussive, 12-inch strength 4, so could be interesting for just like getting into close combat. An archaeotech pistol is quite fun, as it is strength 6 AP4, rending on a 3+ and master crafted, making it a very good short range deadly weapon. Bolt gun, everyone should know what a bolt gun does, strength 4 AP5, rapid fire. A pistol is pistol 1, meaning that it confers an extra attack in combat. But you have to remember a power scythe is two-handed, so we do not get the benefit from a pistol. So with the combi weapons, we have the option of a flamer, melter gun, plasma gun, Volkite charger, grenade launcher, and disintegrator as options for the combi weapon. So a disintegrator is strength 5, AP2, and instant death. Although, on that note, a disintegrator pistol, strength 5, pistol 1, instant death gets hot. Okay. And just checking chat a second. So Hugh says, also love the idea that chaos and multiversal chaos is now both more interesting and terrifying at the same time. Yeah. Absolutely. So I suppose it would be rather thematic to give this guy a hand flamer, wouldn't it, and turn it into an alchem flamer. Would save us some points. But I also feel like a disintegrator pistol could be quite cool. And yeah, this guy is definitely having a scythe, Alex. Don't worry about that, we just need to work out what ranged weapon this guy's going to have. And a Nemesis bolter, strength 5, AP5, heavy on a rending 5 sniper pinning. So that could also be fun as well. But I don't feel it's necessarily too fluffy. So I'm kind of leaning towards either a hand flamer, a disintegrator pistol, or an archaeotech pistol. Well, what do you guys think we should put on this guy? So Gosu says Archaeotech or Disintegrator, but Flamer sounds dope. Alex says Flamer is probably best. Hugh would like to fight me in a Medieval 2 Total War. Yeah, that would be fun. So I have a couple of resin hand flamers that we could use. Let me all focus. And we could either have him holding it and shooting it, or we could try and kit bash it so it's wrist mounted. I wouldn't mind trying to do that. Yeah, this again, as this army is basically being supplied and funded by you guys and your insane generosity, I'll let you guys decide how we configure this separator. Okay, so Hugh says glorious, but it will be sometime in the future. Yeah, don't worry. I mean, I need to download it on a computer with Windows for a start, because I'm assuming you don't play on Mac OS, which I actually do. Playing Medieval 2 on Mac OS is genuinely nicer because it has the modern controls from Warhammer on it, which is really nice. And it looks like everyone wants to see a wrist-mounted one. Okay, so we don't have a scythe option just yet, so we need to work on the hand, I think. And this is where, I guess, more life lessons of Tuppy comes in. It's a really good idea to hold on to your sprues and keep the models on the sprues so that it's easy to identify which parts are from which kits and keep the stuff relevant collected together. So what we're now going to do is have a look through some of the older sprues I have. So here's a Chaos Space Marine sprue. Sorry, Chaos Terminator sprue. And we're just going to have a look through the stuff I have to see if there's any suitable parts we could salvage for making this guy. Are you going to print some scythes or try and scoop some Forge World ones up? Well, I'd say the 3D printable ones are very good, so I'll probably print out. Alex suggests a two-handed scythe with a hand-mounted flamer. That could be interesting. I'd need to find some good arms for two-handed weapons. And yeah, I got what you meant, don't worry. And whilst we're at it, here's the Spartan Sprue. We're just going to trim off a part which I know we'll need later. May not be as useful as I thought it would be. Never mind. So right now I'm looking over the vehicle upgrade sprue because there's a lot of Mark II stuff here which we could potentially use. Although I think we'll leave this be. And I did end up buying the Vindicator last night, and we'll probably be making it look a bit more 30k using this vehicle upgrade sprue. So I think I'll leave that be for now. I also am still yet to build the Cataphractii Praetor. I'm not quite sure what I'm going to do with him yet. And something we could try and work out is how to use the Combi Flamer from a Space Marine Tactical Squad to make this wrist-mounted version. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to trim it out just in case we find where we need to use some parts. Shorten it down. Now, hilariously, a very good source for parts for this current project would actually be some Sanguinary Guard. However, I did recently get rid of almost all of my Sanguinary Guard sprues. We're a bit out of luck in that sense. And I'm currently having a look at the Devastator Squad kit, and we have this little detail here which goes on the base, and we'll glue that on because I think that fits. And one of the reasons why I absolutely love this kit is we have so many hand options. So if we're doing an open hand, or we're doing a pose in which a guy's holding a hand, a scythe two-handed, then we can have a hand to rest on top of it, or something like that, and it gives us a lot more flexibility with posing. I'm going to put that to the side to make a note of. And also little greeblies like this, like the scrolls, they'll actually be really useful for the next model we work on. So what we'll do is we'll trim that and keep that. And Hugh asks, what is your favourite faction in Medieval 2 Total War? It's probably either the Holy Roman Empire or England. Although I do quite like playing as the Welsh as well. Again, there's the second sprue from the Devastator, so I'll hold on to that because it has even more hand options. And yeah, from Space Marine Tactical Squads, you get a bunch of torsos with Aquilas on. So if you're building Emperor's Children, Space Marine Tactical Squads from 40k are actually a very good source of parts. So I've been holding on to these for my Emperor's Children. And we will probably put together an Emperor's Children veteran squad at some point, and just use it as an opportunity to go through all of the sprues I have again. And do some very thorough kit bashing for the Heresy, mostly out of 40k stuff. So it doesn't look like there's anything on this sprue from Devastators, so can't throw that away. And is there stuff on the Mark 6 sprues we could make use of? Possibly. I'm seeing some options here. It might be cool to put a giant banner on this guy from a Vexilla to really help him stand out even more. Now that would be a spicy one, wouldn't it? So this is the old Khorne Berserker Kit, as I built a few for my Alpha Legion. We could use some parts from here, so the arms holding the pistols could be fun for turning into flamer arms, and they would look quite good on this model as well. And actually I'm kind of tempted to do that just because of how this has the leather gloves. So we might take this part. In fact, I'm even going to mock it up. So, Khorne Berserker arm with bolt pistol. Let's see, how does it look when on the model? So whilst we won't be able to wrist mount it, I think that actually works quite well. And Doyle says, sorry, was just getting tea. Are we still working on the same model? Yep. And Bloker, yo, Tuppy, didn't see you were on. You okay? Yep, I am doing a-okay. Today we are building the Death Guard. And what we've been doing today is de-nurgling this guy. So I spent the majority of the stream trimming away the mutated growth here and redefining and remaking the plastic armor. So it no longer has that growth there. So yeah, for those who've been along, you can see where the plastic glue has helped gloss it up and restore the finish the rest of the model has. And we're now debating what arm to put on, and I think this Khorne Berserker arm might be a good fit, so as it has the gloves and the weird antiquity to it, so I think this might actually work quite well. And what we'll do is we'll swap out the ancient bolt gun for the hand flamer. So in a sense, hopefully that looks good on stream. Got something like that. You guys be okay with that, or do you really want to see me try and make a wrist-mounted hand flamer? Okay, so Gosu doesn't mind which direction we take it in. Doyle doesn't mind which direction we put it in. Alex says wrist mounted. Bill. And Bloka says, you do you, it's your army. Well, yes and no, Doyle. This army has been entirely funded by chat. And, yeah. I'm using this stream and this model as a way to showcase stuff, so if people want to see how to convert it, then I am more than happy to do it once I find the parts. Yeah, some Grey Knight parts would be really good for this as well. Sorry I've been saying rest this whole time. No worries, I can still understand what you're saying, Alex, so don't worry about the typo. No, what we might do is actually break into the Mark III kit for some arms. Well, because this guy is wearing Mark III, it would make sense, and I have some ideas for some changes we're going to do to the Mark III Tactical Marines, so we should have some arms free while I'm doing that. Lupercat says, I'm staying out of this decision, but know that I will judge you if you make the wrong one. So no pressure then. So yeah, I'm just going to have a quick look through my sprues to see if we have any Mark III sprues kicking around, because I don't think I would have used the parts which I think would be good for this. Ah, okay. So I do actually have some sanguinary guard parts. Awesome. And it's for two-handed things, which is even better. So this is going to look incredibly heretical for a few moments, but well, I guess deal with it. And what we are going to do, steal the parts. Yeah. Let's begin. Thanks. Wrist mounted. Bolt pistol. Angelus bolter. and we'll glue these together. Is there a Ducky Discord? Yes, if you type !Discord into chat, it will give you a link to the Discord server. These arms together. Some work, but yes, these will fit for our purposes. Awesome. So if we work the scythe up and over, then this will work. And what we can do then is put the cut the bolter off, peel away the glue, and we'll start defiling the blood angels. Start with this drum magazine. Anyway, at this point we can just now in small parts, so to trim here. There we go. Nate has done it in chat. Give us a nice flat platform. And let's glue this axe in place.
No, but I think we will go for Mark III option. So, let's bust out the Mark III Tactical Squad Kit and cut apart some stuff which hasn't even been taken off the sprue yet instead. And like I said, don't worry, I know this is a brand new kit, but we will be making some changes to these models and won't be exactly how they are in this kit anyway, as we'll be building two kits, well, a squad with heavy weapons, so we can actually sacrifice some of the arm choices here. And so what we're looking for is arms like this, which are relatively 90 degrees, but not quite. And then some of the more extended ones, like number 55 here, be lower down on the other side. So we'll take these two arms. So a bit of 44, so we'll take a 45 as well, so the opposite hand for this. What we'll do is we'll trim away the hand on this side. So I'll move the over so I can have a bit more space to work with. Very carefully put the knife up and in. So need to be careful not to cut this top trim off the plate, because if we have it here we may as well try and keep it. In fact, to make that easier, we will just sacrifice the hand entirely. Will you be getting a power scythe set from Forge World? No, I would recommend that you do. However, for this we will not. I'm going to need to turn a light on because it is starting to get a bit dark here. It's a room. nice and straight, what we'll do is we'll take the file, it should also be noted, if you're trying to make a heavy weapons team using the new plastic kits, you will need to be doing this step as well, as the new Mark 6 special weapons team do not have the hand on this kit, so if you did want to go and take a special weapons from the new box, you will need to do this. And take care, have a great night live stream, and I'll see you in the next one. Also to chat, take care of yourselves as well too. Yeah, have a great evening, Q. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day, and I'll catch you hopefully tomorrow. Don't know if I'll be streaming tomorrow, but yeah. And Ghosty also says he'll be right back. And for purposes of making this model, we'll just quickly steal the scythe off the resin one. We'll have a look at how to pose it. Could actually be fun to have it down, right? That could actually be quite cool. To have actually reaping. Oh yeah, if he's holding it like that and we put the other hand on, that would be quite cool. Hopefully it will focus. Yeah, I'm gonna commit to that, I think. Again, do some arms on. Sounds glorious, thank you. I always will. We'll try to have a good day. Good. Wonder, wait, has Lucius release date been announced? Yeah, hopefully it has. It would be nice to have an official Lucius model. What we'll do is we'll go and get some super glue. Put the hand in place. Press the E. Magical spray activator. Or I would, if I could find it. Accidentally knocked it onto the floor. And we will now spray that. So once we've got the other hand for him, he'll be posed like this. So now to find that other hand. And I think a good candidate will be the Mark III bolt pistol. I think it takes so many words to say. And what we'll do is we'll come in here, do this bolt pistol. I'm personally not a fan of these, so even that could be good. We'll steal it off. So yeah, we'll have a look at the pre-orders in a moment, guys. Don't worry. So now got our hand, and what we now need to do is with our Pro Tool, we now need to cut the scythe in order to wedge this hand in. So what we'll do is line the pliers up at the bottom of the scythe, trim that, glue the hand in place, big drop of glue there, apparently misplaced the hand, there we go, put the hand in place, I want it to be. Too much about getting this spot on right now. Anyway. No. And yeah, now back to dry. Oh. Yeah, actually that's okay right now, so we'll let that dry like that for a few moments, because what we'll do is we'll fill this in with milliput, so don't worry about it looking too bad right now. What we'll focus on is getting the rest of the scythe back in place. Because all we'll do is glue the length back on here. So again, we're going to glue our super glue. Put a dollop of glue on that. Grab the rest of the scythe. Line it up. And glue it on. Lined up from the two directions we care about it being lined up. Hit it with some glue. That's spray activator. So what we're going to do is we're going to fill in these awkward gaps with some milliput. So don't worry too much about that. What we can also do, really firm this up, is carefully push the resin part away and glue on it. Place. Go again to line it up with what we've been doing. In place. So, whilst there's some issues with it now, that we need to tidy up, this is what we got so far for this model. So, to recap the parts, this is a 3D printed scythe, which it is basically a like-for-like for Forge World ones. So you get one of Forge World ones, you can copy what we've done, and you've just taken parts 46 and 47 from the Mark III Space Marine Tactical Kit, and the bolt pistol from a Mark III kit. And yeah, what we're now going to do, because we can and we have some time, is we're going to put shoulder pads on. And again, I'm going to use some 3D printed ones. However, if you're playing along at home or want to take ideas, these are just Mark III style ones. But I just need to make sure that when we work on the hand flamer, we don't accidentally block off the shoulder pads. So as we're working with resin here, we need to use super glue. Just glue those on, making sure that they hit the pose. And the nice thing about shoulder pads is they'll cover up the messiness, and we can push that in towards where the grenades were. So if you remember, the grenades had a weird line, and now that we pushed the Mark III shoulder pad in place, again, we won't really be able to see where the messiness was. And as always with the super glue I used, give it a spray of the activator, and that will hold its shape. And Nate says, I really need to invest in a 3D printer, but I don't think my girlfriend would like me commandeering another room in the house, even if she'll benefit from it. Yeah, I thankfully have the benefit of, this being a hobby room in which I can do whatever I want in, so I have a 3D printer and airbrush in here, as I'm not spending all of the day in here. And yeah, one of the real considerations is ventilation. This room has a constant draft pushing air out into the pushing air outside, so I also make sure not to use highly toxic and dangerous resins. All resins are toxic in a way, but I try to use stuff that as not as dangerous as possible in order to, make sure I'm not suffering greatly from it. So, time for a wrist-mounted flamer, as we've now committed to a two-handed approach. So we have this resin flamer here, And what we're going to do is more or less just cut the bottom off and then replace the canister. Use the clippers to remove the bottom of this. So, I think the actual canister came off really nicely. And what we can now do is bring the hand off of this. So, and we'll probably use the knife for this next bit. So when working with 3D printed parts for kit bashing, it's important to remember that it prints in layers and is a lot more brittle. Whilst it's not as likely to break from being dropped as like Forge World fine cast resin, it still will. And don't worry, I have a top floor window, so there's no one. Also, there's no one who sits outside the house 24/7. And if they do, they deserve it. So. Okay, so we've sorry, it's really difficult to see the resin because it's how light grey it is. But what we've done is we've trimmed the bottom off, and now we can see about trying to fit it onto the model. I think a good place to put it would be on the underside of his lower arm. So let's try and work out a pose that would work well. I think that would work quite well, I think. So what we'll do again is we will super glue it into... Oh no, hold on. Now what we need to do first is actually trim away the trim that we tried so hard to protect earlier. But if it was as dangerous as people make it out to be, then I'd probably be dead by now. So I do take precautions and safety whilst handling it. I use gloves, and I do normally have a respirator on when I'm working with resin exposed to the air. But as all of the resin right now, as we're talking, is in fixed and sealed containers of which it cannot leak out of, it's safe for me to be in this room and working without a respirator. Okay, so now what we'll do is we'll glue the hand flame that we trimmed into place. Carefully put a small amount of super glue on the bottom of this. I'm sorry you guys can't really see this too well, but okay. And glue that in place like so. And up so it looks as integrated as possible with the model. Even though that does leave a little gap, we can fix that in a little bit. Okay, now we need to work out how we're going to put the canister back on to denote this as obviously a flamer. And what I think I'll do is we will glue it. So if he's holding it like that, we kind of want the canister sticking outwards. Oh, it would actually be on the inside now. So what we'll do is we'll grab the canister, tidy it up a little, and glue it back on. Glue on. So I think I'm going to actually have to use the clippers here and some tweezers to finally put it back on. You guys can't see this, but I need to be careful and particular with this. And what squad size you're making? So this will be a individual character that we're working on. All clips put on. So you guys might have a chance of seeing what we're doing. Then. Let's do it with our fingers. And mess it up apparently. Put some pressure on it whilst I spray it with the activator so it stays in the place I want it to be. And there we go. Hand flamer is now attached. And I see there's duck emojis being spammed in chat. Hello. So you know, we'll do us a bit more of a distract. That's detailed way, but I'm running out of patience. Keep the glue onto the area we want it to be. Grab the flamer. I need to find some tweezers. Are you having fun streaming, Tuppy? Right now, with this little canister being a pain, no, but overall, yes. I absolutely love doing this with you guys. Well, I'd like to go. Ah, there we go. Found it. Hold on a second. It looks like the super glue dried in that time it took for us to try and find the part. Just need to scrape away the glue. Pick the arm. This is going well. I need to do a soft camera just so I can have a better vision of what I'm doing. That's strange, Doyle. There shouldn't have been anything that caused it to disappear. So there we go. Bottle in place. Scythe attached. Sorted. So what we'll do now is we'll wait for that to dry and cure properly. And let's have a look at the pre-orders. Oh, right. Need to re-enable green screen now. It's not as obnoxiously dark. Oh, bright, sorry. Edit filters. There we go. Like magic. Okay, so. Sunday preview. Let's have a look. And I should probably put myself over here again. There we go. Okay, so the new Middle-earth game will be... and yeah, no, I do have very long hair. I normally just have it tucked back behind, so you guys don't really see it. So, yeah. Anyway. We have the new Lord of the Rings starter box with the new Osgiliath terrain, I think. Oh, and the new start collecting boxes. So I have the one for Rohan, Mordor, and Isengard, as well as a Minas Tirith one. They all look pretty good, to be honest. Oh, and you get to download free rules to go with it as well. That's awesome. And we also have Elrond and a banner. I'm wearing a shirt, so. Oh, some Rivendell dice. You know, actually, those look quite good, to be honest. I quite like those. I might pick some up. And we also get some Dale dice, which also look quite good. And this little set of the Witch King of Angmar's final battle. And now for the interesting stuff. So for the Horus Heresy, the Deimos Pattern Predator is finally available. Well, will be available next week. I'm really looking forward to getting a couple of these for the Emperor's Children. Oh, and the heavy weapons. We'll finally get the heavy flamers and plasma guns. Those look like they're shoulder mounted, so hopefully they come with the arms as well. And we also get the las cannon, auto cannon, and volkite. So this will be really good for me because I want to redo my sun killers to, you know, match my these guys. So I want the shoulder mounted las cannons for this. So I'm really looking forward to that. And also reference cards. Okay. That's cool. So finally for Age of Darkness are these reference cards. Keep track of your reaction, psychic powers, psychic weapons, and core warlord traits in the heat of battle with 24 cards. I'd highly recommend buying these. This is a very good idea. And I'm very impressed with doing it. So for 40k we've got the Chaos Demons data cards. That's all we're getting for 40k this week apparently. And for the Underworlds we've got the Gore Chosen and some cards. White Dwarf and Forge World. Finally we can have Captain Lucius the Faultless Blade. It's such a good model. I don't understand what people are saying. I think this is a really cool design. He's still got his Mark II upper body. He's got Mark VI legs, Mark VI arm. You can really see how he's put a lot of thought and attention into trying to make his armor as suitable for him as possible, and I really love it. I cannot wait to get my hands on him. And the Legion Praetor is also available. This is a really cool model. I really like it. Again, I think I might pick one up, although I have enough characters. And for Legion Tartaros Praetor. Again, really fabulous model. Again, I want to buy one. But I'm not a huge fan of the head, to be perfectly honest. I will be switching that out for anything else, I think. Like the Praetor, the bear head from the Praetor, I think I will actually use him. I'll probably put this head on the Tartaros Terminator. And yeah, Mark VI shoulders for the Emperor's Children as well. These are finally available. The White Scar shoulders as well. The White Scar heads also available. Then for Necromunda, two of the hangers-on. These are two very cool looking models. I think a lot of the Necromunda characters have incredible potential for Imperial Army, Imperial Militia ranges as well. And yeah, Vunda Gorvos would actually make for a pretty good Imperial commander, I think. We're also seeing Durgan Killfist, the Outlaw Bounty Hunter, available as well. He looks really cool. And Axon Hammer, Outlaw Goliath House Agent, with his combi bolter. Looks really cool. The Goliath Champion of Renderizer. Again, the Goliath stuff looks really cool. And I cannot wait to get my hands on this boy, the Propagandist. I think he's just a really cool model, and he's a lot of fun as well. And so is the Agitator, to be fair. We have... oh, the book for Sabathiel. So she's back from the dead. Costume book about her. To be honest, even though I'm really interested in the Inquisition, I'm not too interested in her. Oh, the Mortarion Pale King book is out. Yeah, I don't think it's been released yet. This is really on brand with what we're doing, isn't it? So yeah, Mortarion book is going to be available. Hardback, ebook, and audiobook. And A Storm of Iron is getting an audiobook release. So if you're interested in the Iron Warriors, there you go. There's a wonderful book for you. A Stormcast audiobook. The Gotrek and Felix books are out in French. And they're putting the Buried Dagger, one of the Death Guard books you should read if you're interested in reading about the Death Guard. Titan Death, Slaves of Darkness, and Heralds of the Siege are also available in paperback as well on print on demand. The stuff for tournaments for kill teams available. Oh, and Warhammer Vault is going to have Siege of Vrax. That's about the only interesting thing here I can see. So yeah, I really like Necromunda. I think these models are excellent and really cool. I'm really looking forward to getting my hands on them. And yeah, the same with the Emperor's Children stuff. In fact, you know, probably needs to be said and done. That I'm probably gonna put the next donation goal up as helping me afford to buy all of this, because this week's gonna be expensive. So yeah. I'm just going to put a quick couple of posts up. And we're going to put a new goal up. Okay, right. My page. No, we want a new goal. New goal. Oh god. Oops. Sorry about that. There we go. Donation goal is now updated. And let's see how things go. And hey, No Mercy 40k. Everything's going really well. I'm really excited for working on all of this new Emperor's Children stuff. So yeah, donations this week will be going towards the goal to actually be able to make it affordable. Because yeah, there is no way in hell I am missing out on Lucius. I don't want to have to spend another 6 months waiting for him to come back in stock, so yeah, if you guys want to see me have a Lucius model in my Emperor's Children army, be greatly supported if yeah, it'd be some incredible support if you guys could give me some money towards that, because yeah, I need Lucius. Lucius is a model which I really enjoy playing with on the tabletop of my proxy version, and I'd love to have the official model for him. And yeah, the same with I do really want to buy this model, the Legion Tartaros Praetor, because I'd love to have a brand like an up-to-date, working, really cool looking Phoenix Warden console, and this model is basically perfect for it. And there's No Mercy Mike on Twitch. Checking in here on Twitch as well. Awesome. And I really want that Praetor. Yeah, it's fantastic. I will be swapping the head out for a different option, probably the headless option from a Mark 6 upgrade kit. But yeah, my wallet is going to weep trying to get this all together. Because yeah, I got the Mark 6 heads to buy, the Praetor to buy. I think I might pass on this Praetor for now and wait for him to be available regularly. I want Lucius as well. Also, the Age of Darkness reference cards. I'm really scared that these will be again like the reference cards for Necromunda, which keep being limitedly printed. So I want to make sure I can get my hands on those. And also then the Heavy Weapons Upgrade Kit 3. I really want this as well. And a Predator. It's like basically everything. Oh, and the dice. And yeah, this is going to be crazy. So many things that I'm really excited for. And so many things I'm terrified about not being able to get my hands on. So yeah, if you guys do want to support me and this content, donations like those from Bloker and Rossi, thank you guys so much, will really help towards getting my hands on these. Oh god, I am so excited for this. And yeah, I think our combined Death Guard and Emperor's Children forces are going to look fucking fantastic. And sorry for swearing, Twitch and YouTube, but damn, I am very excited for this release. And yeah, if you guys are too, and you have some change there to help me afford buying such a crazy amount of models, then yeah, it would be greatly appreciated. So again, thank you, Rossi and Bloker, for that. Oh god, it's just... I need to change the streams of cat ears goals now, don't I? Oh god. And Alex is back, and he says, "Hi guys, sorry I took so long just making some models. Can you tell me what I missed?" Not to sound like a certain Imperial Fist character, well, a wannabe Imperial Fist character. Everything. You have missed everything, Alex. There is so much on pre-order this week. It's insane, and I am so excited for it. So, for a start, we'll go through everything I'm interested in, okay? And I'm sorry this is going to start to sound like a broken record for those guys who have been here. But, all the Lord of the Rings stuff. So, the new edition box set is going to be available. This is a really fun box set, and if you're getting into Lord of the Rings, highly suggest picking it up. In it you get a Minas Tirith Rangers and Gondorian Guard army, as well as the Orcs from Osgiliath. There's the terrain as well, which actually looks quite good, even for 40k and stuff as well. And then also the start collecting boxes, which are being called Battle Hosts. So there's one for Gondor, one for Mordor, one for Isengard, one for Minas Tirith as well. These are all really good boxes, and from my knowledge of the game, because I have read into the rules and stuff, these do look like very good bases for collecting your armies. And yeah, those Lord of the Rings models really should have been refreshed by now. At the same time, why? Some of these models look excellent. The Isengard pikemen still look really good. Sauron looks really good. Wormtongue looks really good. Most of the Isengard orcs look incredible. And for the most part, so do almost all of the Gondorian soldiers. The models of Pippin and Gandalf look really good as well. The Witch King of Angmar looks fantastic. Some of the Mordor orcs do look like we could be refreshed, but at the same time, they look good enough. And then we have Elrond and a banner bearer. They look fantastic, as always with Forge World stuff. There's also some ruins and even more terrain if you want to expand out the box, which looks really good. The dice look really good as well. I'm really a huge fan of this swirling blue look with the gold. I think they look fantastic. If you like Dale, then their dice also look really good as well. We have a release of the final Fate of the Witch King. Excellent standalone piece, that looks really good. And then the stuff which I think most of you guys are going to be interested in. The Predator is available now. And it will come for the options for the Predator Cannon, Graviton Cannon, Gravis Las Cannon, or Volkite Macro Saker for the turret mounted options, and Heavy Bolters, Heavy Flamers, Volkite Culverins, and Las Cannons for the sponsons as well. And you'll get the vehicle upgrade sprue with all of the weapons for pintle mounted stuff as well. This again, just such a good looking model. I really like it. This is my favourite version of a Predator, and I'm really glad we've got a plastic kit and it's going to be available soon. And also, finally, all of the missing heavy weapons. So we have the heavy flamers, the heavy melters, and the plasma cannons. They're all here. I love the idea that plasma cannons are still shoulder mounted. I think certain weapons do just look better shoulder mounted, and the plasma cannons are definitely one of those things. We also have a second heavy weapons kit as well, with the auto cannons, Volkite, and las cannons. This is one I will be buying, as I want a bunch of las cannons to redo my Emperor's Children heavy weapons team. And I love heavy Volkite and autocannons. These are probably what we'll be putting on some Death Guard units. And also Age of Darkness reference cards. These are so incredibly useful that I really want to get my hands on them, because I'm worried that there'll be a limited edition print like the reference cards are for Necromunda. And for 40k, there's Chaos Demon cards, cool. Some cards for Underworlds, White Dwarf, and then even more stuff for the Heresy. So we've got Lucius the Eternal, or well, Blade Master Lucius in Heresy. His model is absolutely fantastic, and I can't wait to get my hands on him. The Legion Praetors are also both available. I'll definitely be trying to get my hands on the Tartaros one. And then also the Mark 6 upgrades as well for the Emperor's Children. I really also again want to get my hands on this so I can get the bareheaded option for my the Tartaros Praetor. The Mark 6 shoulder pads as well, so for the Emperor's Children and for White Scars. And also White Scars helmets are also going available. But wait, there's more, because also I'm really into Necromunda, and these new Necromunda models look fantastic. So yeah, we have Gain and Wunder Gorvos. Wonderful looking characters. I think Gain would make for a great Imperial Commander. For if you're playing Imperial Cults and Militia and or Solar Auxilia. We have some Goliath characters as well, which all look really good. Really chunky lads, as the Goliaths always are. And two of my favourite models, the Propagandist and the Agitator. I love the Propagandist so much, and I really want to get my hands on him. And then there's also a bunch of books as well. So relevant to our streams at the moment, the Mortarion book is getting paperback, digital and audiobook forms. Storm of Iron if you're interested in 40k Iron Warriors. But then also again, print on demand for the Buried Dagger, The Doom of the Death Guard. The big book that you should read if you're interested in the Death Guard. But then also Slaves to Darkness I think has stuff about the Death Guard in, if I remember correctly, I can't remember. And some other books going print on demand, and some Kill Team stuff. So yeah, there is so much stuff going on in the pre-orders. So this is also why the goal has been shifted to being help me afford all of this, because wow, this is going to be a very busy week in which my wallet cries excessively, so does my PayPal balance, and yeah. Any help you guys can give towards this will be fantastic. Wow, yeah, this is the best week of pre-orders so far, well, since the Age of Darkness box, I'll say. I'm so ready for this. And yeah, a reminder again, lads, every donation does increase the amount of days you have to see your cat is, so for most of you that seems to be a benefit, for some of you not so much, but hey. Oh god, this means I might actually have to get up at a sensible time on Saturday. Oh god. Also, I'm really, I get it that it's the new edition launch of Middle-earth, but I feel like it's quite misleading. Let's have a look at chat. I really like that Praetor, but the shoulder cloak is a little too long for my taste. Definitely going to buy the Lucius model though, yeah? Yeah, I agree with that. I will be eventually buying the power armored Praetor, but at the same time, I'm not in a huge rush to get him because I already have plenty of interesting looking characters. And what Necromunda faction do you lose money on? Good way of putting it. I play Outcasts. I just love the idea of just a gang of nobodies, but I am affiliated with House Grime, so the military faction, because I just really love the whole idea of if you mess up, you get sent to the Planetary Defense Force, and yeah, stuff like that. I think the synergy between the House Grime and the Outcasts works really well, and it's also why. Sorry for flicking through this so quickly, guys, but yeah, it's also why I want these two so much, because they'll blend in really well with an Outcasts army, well, gang. So yeah, I am very, very ready for this. And my phone has blown up with people trying to point me at all the new Emperor's Children stuff, wow. So Hamish says, glory to all cat kind. Yeah, apparently I'm going to be wearing these ears ad infinitum at this point. I have a mining slanted Orlok gang using Kit Bash, Gene Sealer, Cultist, Neophyte bodies. Awesome. And Bloker said, death to a feline menace. Ooh, that's a strong statement to be saying in this community, Bloker. All hail the canine emperor. Bloker, are you the kind of person who would buy the Space Wolf upgrades? As if you are, I'm judging you. And Alex, did you finish the Death Guard model? No. So we were looking at all of this whilst we were waiting for the glue to dry. So let us go and have a look at him. And Hamish says, Bloker, you are on the list. Uh-oh. So, the Death Guard model so far. Oh, I need to just do some stuff on my end. So I can actually see what I'm doing. And this is how far we got with him. So he's almost done. As you can see, we've trimmed and tidied off the corruption on the back of his leg. And we've given him a scythe. I still need to work on his posing with the scythe. We need to do some milliput on him. But yeah. He is pretty close to being fully completed. And yeah, we also gave him a wrist-mounted hand flamer as well, by cutting up a regular hand flamer I had to overall make this model. And yeah, to be honest, lads, I think I'm going to wrap up the stream here. I need to go and get some food. So I'll probably be back again in a couple of hours. We'll see how things go. But yeah, thank you guys so much for hanging out today, and I hope working on this Praetor model has been useful and informative for you guys. So yeah, well, as always, yeah, thank you guys so much for watching. If you're on YouTube, remember to hit like if you enjoyed the stream, or dislike if you didn't. If you're on Twitch, you should now have the option to oh, hold on a second. Follow and get notifications of when I'm streaming. Even if you're on YouTube, might be a good idea to get those notifications from Twitch to let you know to come over. And yeah, if you want to support me and help me out in this silly goal towards making this potentially a full-time thing, you can always support me on Ko-fi or on Patreon. And yeah, if you want to hang out with everyone and you aren't already doing it, come and head over to the Discord server. It's free and accessible to everyone, and we always have a lovely time there. So yeah, thanks for watching.